Okay, I think we're cooking with Crisco again. Morris Mom Dog, thank you. I'm changing that banner right. I don't know why it says. Did it say 5 on day 6, guys? Am I losing my mind? Hold on. Do I fix it now? Hang on. I'm so. Wow. Okay, here I am. Y'all, I'm sorry. Today is not my day. I can tell. Like, I had a universe upset yesterday, and I'm not right. I'm not right today. Okay. I am seriously multitasking this morning. I got several things going on. We have a hearing at 11, I believe it is, over in Moscow, Idaho, concerning the EWU lawsuit against them about unsealed documents. I'm going to review that on the side while we're reviewing this trial today. Y'all may have heard about Perez Hilton's attempts to harm. It wasn't an attempt, it was a full on weird. It was horrible. You can't unsee some things in this life. I've seen many a bad things on the X, so I just par for the course. But I thought my phone was on silent. That Lauren Matthias lady was trying to field crowds. She was trying to crowdsource information over on Twitter about it, like wanting people to put in the comments section, whatever they know was weird. That happened, y'all. So with that said, this case is heavy, as we all know. And things can get, everybody's got opinions and stuff like that, and we share them. And I appreciate those who are sharing here. But what I won't do going forward is share my personal experience anymore, unless I'm asked a question. Because I feel like when we're typing in comments and I'm trying to talk back to you guys, it may come out not quite the right way. If I offended anybody, I do sincerely apologize for it. If y'all been here, you have to know what I'm talking about. But I promise y'all, it was a little off-putting to see humans being compared to dogs and how medications work. I felt like it was a little off on the comparison, and it's something I have dealt with for years, right? And I was seeing it right there in my chat that I didn't understand depression. I didn't understand doses need to be increased. I didn't understand I should lie down when I take it. I've dealt with that far too long. And all I try to do here is show you a different side other than what society has fed, right, to the people. That's all I was trying to do. So if I offended anybody with all that, I sincerely apologize for it. But the account that did that started that back in Karen Reed. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about it. I already knew what to expect, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, like I said, busy bees over here. And it's a little while that I get, and before that ever happened with the little comment there, the whole thing, I'd already been DM'd privately to say, how dare you give out advice? You're not a doctor. Meanwhile, creators on this platform can annihilate and destroy entire victims' families, and that's A-okay. But how dare you come and share your experience? I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm a grown-ass lady. So no more personal commentary from me on any of these medications or anything. Y'all do your research and look it all up. We're going to get started on day 7, and I'll just be listening in the background. I got a grandbaby here who's hungry, and he will take precedence each and every single time because that baby is precious to me. So while we start this, I'm going to go make his bacon. He got to have that morning bacon to go with his little $100 pancakes. He's got school starting next week, y'all, so we won't have him to worry about during the day, just these old dogs. He'll be at school getting some learning. He's getting excited to go back to school. We're getting everything ready around here. Okay, day 7, Lindsay Clancy trial, guys. I really like her attorney because as much as we don't like some of this testimony, right, that the prosecution's bringing forward, he's doing an excellent job of rebutting that stuff, right? Notice how he chooses who he cross examines during the state's case. Um, he puts out he attacks the right things at the right time. I've really been noticing that about him. So I really like this attorney. He's methodic. He's not in your face and loud. He's not combative. He seems to be very prepared and intelligent. So people can, every time a case pops off and there's an older person, their old grandpa's coming in. My mama always told me the old people's wise, and I should listen to the wise people. My mama ain't never steered me wrong, even on her worst day. She'd be like, "Girl, I'm gonna whip your ass in the backyard." And guess what? I probably deserved it. My mama didn't whip me, though. She whipped my sister. She was a little wild child. Like, I ain't getting in it with mama. She'd roll with her in a heartbeat, though. It's the funniest shit. Like, for real. My mama whip her ass. Okay, enough of that. My sister's gonna be like, "Girl, stop it." One day I'll get my crazy sister up here with me. I don't know if the world's ready for all that. I honestly have reservations. I don't know if the world is ready for two of me up in here. All right. We ain't ready for all that, ma'am. That's a lot to handle. I'll just let her do her background work for me. She's a great investigator. Reddington is fantastic, Forrest. Aren't you super impressed with him? The way he handles everything and what he chooses to attack in the courtroom. And I like the way he stipulated to not having, parade dozens of witnesses in to describe chain of custody on crime scene stuff that we know happened. It's wild. Grandbabies are precious and they grow so. It's like we know when you tell your children, just wait, one day you'll blink and your babies are grown. My kids are feeling that right now. Both of my kids are feeling it because these babies are getting older, right? One's a preteen and one's about to hit preteen stage. And it's like, where did the time go? Like, how come my babies are grown having babies, Moore's dog mom? What's up with that? I don't know what happened. One day I had babies and the next day I got grands. In fact, my little grandbaby was sending me stuff a while ago. I'm getting my birthday list. His birthday's in November, y'all. I'm getting my birthday list. I'm like, baby, send grandma the list so I can pick out something. I'd rather buy you something you want than something you don't. Is this on play? Oh, that was my bad, y'all. I didn't have it on play. Sorry. Y'all gotta I'm not had enough coffee yet. Shit. I'm up 2 cups in. I don't think, actually, this is third, I think. Thank you, Morris Dog Mom. Appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Today's day 7, isn't it, of this trial? Am I on day 6? Come on, man. What's happening, Forrest? Lord, y'all. Do I have Trisha brain this morning? My God.
All
My
right.
thumbnail says
Go to
it's
bed.
yeah, today's day 7, guys. Oh, a little December baby. I had a December baby. My only winter baby.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within for the Commonwealth. On the 8 of the attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Right, Forrest?
Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Eitan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall show you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
E-I-T-A-N.
And your last name?
N-E-G-R-I.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her, just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists, and she had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was, the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep?
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Me.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as tonight's 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
201 and 202.
And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, Do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my 2nd year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and that they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining the blood?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the
Okay.
imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion.
there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. They're written. I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
I may just with a few questions.
sure.
Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in front.
Specifically this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't matter
skin.
what we say, it's what the record says.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Can you start right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. May I have a seat?
Why don't you step, please?
Good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist 2, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know
Hold
the
on,
gentleman,
we
he's
get to go
qualified.
hold on. One at a time. Okay. Is there
I'm
an
just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit, or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say?
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values, so we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs as well as some people what one level might mean for one person. It might differ and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens,
Yes.
including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
Y'all, do we think the prosecutor has irritated the judge? I think that might have just happened. Sorry, I was in the backyard. I'm about to spit my coffee out. I was like, I gotta run to the house. Plus, my coffee was empty. Yeah, right, Forrest. It seems like he's starting to get a little fed up here. Uh-oh, my phone's turned up. Took y'all outside with me. We had to touch some grass. Got the breakfast for the kiddo made. I hope this judge is letting this prosecutor have a little talking to. All right, they're coming back. So I'll get me a cup of coffee and mute out. I'll see you in the chat. Look, she's like, let me find my exact notes so I'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We wouldn't want to confuse the jury, lady.
Sir, I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, it was sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself?
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time, but usually.
That's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there.
Yeah.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that are now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where is that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department, and my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate. Making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow?
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
Typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
Okay. And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botch
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is, correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That is typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for
Yes.
bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back, all right?
All right.
We'll fast forward to the break. They were sure trying a lot of things on this poor woman to get her to sleep, including anti-seizure medication when she doesn't have seizures. I never took anti-seizure meds. I would have refused it immediately, but that's me. Again, no medical advice. One time when my premature baby was still in the hospital, a nurse reported what she thought was seizure activity one night. They immediately put him on anti-seizure meds. Okay, I'm just convinced my baby had a seizure episode, right? That's what they told me. Months go by. I finally get him out of the hospital. My child doesn't seem to be waking up, is the way I thought of it, right? So we finally get to this really top doctor in Florida. This guy's he is the best neonatal in Florida. And he happens to be at our local hospital because we have a huge children's hospital. And I walk in my son's room one night and he's rocking my baby. And he says, I don't think this child has seizures. And I said, I don't think so either. We began to wean him off that medication and my baby came alive. And I'm not making that up. It was wild to see. And it was phenobarbital they had him on. And there was no reason for it, right? And all it did was zombify my little baby that I was trying to do therapies with and get him caught up because he was so far behind from spending a year in the hospital. That kind of, those are the kind of things that I think they're getting a little crazy with here when people just can't sleep. They seem to be throwing a lot of things at that and claiming it's for sleep when these drugs are meant to do all these other things, right? How can these doctors not see that as a danger is beyond me, not just for me, but for anybody, right? That's a lot of medicines, y'all, to stick somebody on because they can't sleep. That to me is wild. They're never going to sleep given all those medications. That's insane. All right, doctor's coming back. Yeah, judge has had enough of Buckingham's antics. What's going on, lady, inside your head? No, no, we're not doctors. We're not going to analyze.
All right, we all set for the jury?
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so.
Okay, so
They need to get Tiny Desk Guy. Remember him from Karen Reed, Tiny Desk Guy? He was on that shit.
That's
that's
perfect.
the best I can do with the autofocus.
Don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct, just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become lethargic or sleepy.
Okay, and would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors, so it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
NMS Laboratory records that I introduced, but they were marked for ID.
Which one?
Not yesterday.
While she's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology, yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quietapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/millionth of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quietapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS Labs, sir, whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. All right, this is what I offered for Kaylee's objectives.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
Y'all, excuse me. I have a hearing going on in the background that I'm trying to pay attention to as well. So that if you hear a noise, that's my phone. What's going on here? They on a little break? I need to go move that phone out of my. Hang on one second, y'all. Okay. Now I'm not on my phone to see chat, so it takes a minute to show up backstage here on my restream. Let me. No, they're not liking it. Forrest, I'm going to replay this guy's testimony later because I am multitasking, but I'm listening on my headset and taking notes to what he's saying because what he's testifying to is important. Because she's trying to say there's not enough therapeutic levels, there was no there's not enough in her system to cause all this psychosis, is exactly what the prosecution's trying to point out, but it's biting her in the butt. It really is, in my opinion. Let's see. We'll fast forward it. Fast forward. Oh, I broke it.
Review.
Wait. Hold on. Oh, geez. Hold on.
The person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened.
Had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription?
Or of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose of what is on the top, right?
All right, I'm going to leave it right there, guys.
All right, so we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach it, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report as submitted.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being a stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211. Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, I don't. If she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine
Well,
reading it.
you know what? I want to read it. All right, so that's what we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions, all right? These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this time.
Okay, all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Come on, now. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant of I shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, all right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring their mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection, and then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples, and this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did two different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
Okay. What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I object.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
9 millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Get 'em, Judge. What is the prosecution trying to prove here? We got a mixture of DNA. It's one, family. The children's DNA is present. Not enough to tell if mom and dad's present. Who is she trying to prove hurt the kids? This prosecutor's a little confusing, and I think she may have lost her jury a little bit. You think he agrees with me, Simi? Y'all, I got 2 dogs. That dog hair is a bitch, ain't it, Simi? We be sleeping all the time. Like, where's my witch broom? I gotta mop the floor to keep this hair down. The struggle's real. Y'all, I got a whole ass other hearing going off on my phone over there that I'm dying to hear all the details of, but I can't.
All right, Treaty Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 nonillion, is that more than there are people on the Earth?
That is more individuals that are on the Earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the back side of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something is not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington? All right, thank you, Ms. Sticknell, thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Good morning. Please stop right there. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court will coming contains Commonwealth and the defendant should be the truth?
Let's just stop right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right, and so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yes, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if
Okay.
that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see
Hey guys, I think also when they're gonna go in here in a second and talk about Lindsay's list, here's how I perceive that, right? I don't think it's just simply an organized woman, because a lot of women are organized, especially working moms and all the things. And you're a working mom if you're a stay-at-home mom. But when you feel chaos inside, you look for things you can control, right? You can control. She's having to go to work, leave the babies in someone else's care. She's wanting to make sure this is done right, this is done right, this is done right. Now, how's the prosecution going to try to spin that, right? The control freak aspect. What I'm waiting to see is how the nanny perceived Lindsay. That doesn't mean her perception was right, right? She might see her as a control freak, but not recognize there was something else going on. So just keep that in mind and what the prosecution will try to do with that stuff. Let me get this where we need to get it. We'll get it back on.
I took
Of course, it's going to act freaky deaky. Yeah, he's on it, Simi. He knows when to object. He knows when to cross examine the witness. He lets some witnesses go without even asking a question. But there are some particular ones he absolutely gets up and he crosses. It's very strategic in his way he's doing this. I don't want to bump it too far.
That may be.
It's like there's no in between. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Attorney Buckingham?
You're in it.
I'll be in chat, guys. What are they doing it? Seriously?
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
that she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a
Okay.
second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora, and how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something, he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I think
Thanksgiving.
it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other, you texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay. They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes,
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming herself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
This judge is going to be so tired of talking by the end of the day. He's getting as many sidebars in as the Reed case. Man. Y'all notice that the prosecution didn't go all in on Lindsay's list, but the defense brought it up. I don't think her testimony was damaging at all to Lindsay. Let's see what's going on here. Hang on, let me make this bigger so I can control it better, guys. Sorry.
Listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone.
Okay.
All right, so members of the jury, as I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. We're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
Court, all right. Jurors, please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. This way.
Okay, guys, that was it for them today. What do you guys think? No, it didn't. I don't know what the prosecution even called her for, because she didn't say anything damaging. In fact, she said Lindsay was a wonderful mom. But what the prosecution's trying to establish, Lindsay pre-planned all of this. Remember, she knows she's a nurse. She knows these medications. She knows the reputation. She knows the side effects. She understands the implications from these drug cocktails. She purposefully fired the nanny, to have all that time alone with her. So the prosecution, you ain't fooling nobody, Miss Ma'am. You're just not making a very good case for yourself at this point in time. I'm completely aware of where she's going or what she's trying to prove, but I just don't see it yet, y'all. Have y'all seen anything yet, in y'all's opinion, that is extremely damaging to Lindsay? Like, she wasn't having a psychotic break. It was all fake. I can't get there yet. Can't get there yet. Everybody still with me? I think So some of us are clocking some other people's reporting. We're trying to see if it's accurate. And I'm about to play a piece from, and I want to see if it's accurate because I have no clue. He just wants to go to the store. Time to call an Uber. Time you busy, Simmy. You got to stay and talk to Salty. Oh, goodness. All right, y'all. So there was a hearing earlier today in the Idaho 4 case, but it's not Idaho 4 Koberger stuff, right? Or, well, it is in a way, but it's the EWU lawsuit that they're trying to file, they have filed to get unsealed documents. So I got to review that because that's important to me for very obvious reasons. We don't need a sealed case until eternity. And I'm a little bit sick of Moscow, Idaho, and the prosecutor releasing everything on all the roommates and all their friends, but not a damn thing on Brian Koberger. And it's really making me heavily question the state of Idaho right now. What your intent? I've always questioned it. People think I'm just crazy, blow it off as nothing. But here we are, so I have real concerns that should not be sealed to the way it is. So I'm going to go check out that hearing. And I'm working on a show, a big show. And tonight, let me go see if this is y'all. Okay. Y'all have heard me say it probably here a couple times. I don't watch the Turtle Boy. I just don't know what's going on with that guy. I never watched him, anything he did in Karen Reeves. I just felt like I didn't need to be having all that in my headspace. I wanted to make my own mind up about everything. Thank you for bringing the case to light. I heard that's what you did. But I also know there's a lot of messy stuff around that guy that I don't care for. But he has a large platform and people flock to it, I guess, and listen by the masses. So tonight, here it is. It is up. Okay, here's. Oh, hell, we're going to play the trailer. Go Turtle Boy don't hold back, does he? Well, Turtle don't hold back from what I've heard and seen. I tuned in a few times with my popcorn a while back when shit was happening. I was like, oh, goodness. I steered clear of that Hot Mess Express, which is the name of the next show. Well, I don't know if it's the next show, but it's coming. Or what we got here, Turtle? Am I doing this right? Am I doing this damn thing right? All right, tonight at 8 p.m., over on the Turtle Boy platform, he will have Christina Mack as his guest. Now, Christina Mack is I call her the whistleblower and the Lauren Matthias of it all. She's the one who started exposing Lauren's behind the scene antics. We'll call it that for now. Because again, we're not doctors like Dr. John Matthias and Dr. Gary Bricardo over here. We're just normal people with normal life experiences. And that's all we're talking about over here. So Christina's the one that's been, the whistleblower for all the Lauren stuff. And she had promised Turtle Boy a while back that when she got ready to talk in a massive way, I guess she would come to his platform. So she's doing that tonight. And then I know that she's got Jay and Andy and me all in the, everybody's, so anyway, I don't know what all is going to be presented tonight. I'll be watching because there's certain things I've been waiting to hear that I haven't heard yet. Okay. I evaluate this whole situation with Lauren Matthias probably a little different than most because people are extremely confused about her. I feel like it's all like what we're trying to figure out Lauren Matthias. Y'all, we got to get better at recognizing full-blown narcissistic behavior before our eyes, right? That's what that woman is. You can't, it's like reasoning with a drunk. It's not going to happen. So reasoning with a narcissistic person who's truly narcissistic is not going to happen, right? She's tone deaf. She flat out don't care. She puts out misinformation by the handfuls. She comes out with her little dramatic reads of what happened today to pull at the nation's heartstrings. I don't need it to be pointed out to me because it's been obvious since I first started watching her years ago. Like, this lady's a little dramatic. She's a little heartstring pullish. She's a little all the extra stuff you could imagine. That was Lauren Matthias. And it hasn't changed in several years, and it's only progressing because she goes unchecked. You know, her producer. And was that you? Which one was that? Which one of you ladies was trolling Andy this morning? I asked her to drop my link for y'all to come on in. Let me see. Hold up. What was that girl's name over there this morning? Popped into Andy's chat trying to do some messery in there. We were not having it. Did I not take that out? Oh, I wrote it down. Hold up. Where'd the account go? Little bizarre person. So somebody came into Andy's live. What? I wrote it down. Where'd it go? Okay, I got it wrote down. So I keep an eye out for the account. But the account come in and got all sideways, accusing Andy of not being a real journalist. And we were like, is that you, Lauren? Is that you, Grayson? We couldn't help ourselves. We knew it was one of them. All right, so let's play the trailer because Turtle Boy is going to have Christina on tonight, and I'm going to be listening and taking notes because I'm still waiting on certain things that I need to have for my own mind. I have my own thing in my mind going on that I've been watching for several months now. So I'll be watching and waiting. Let's play the trailer.
Christina, Lauren Matthias put her through hell. I'm standing up for her, okay?
I sit for hours.
I try reaching out to her. I've spoken to her privately. I really want to get Christina on my show. She says she may in the future. So we want to get her on.
It is time.
Uh-oh. Is that the end of it? Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't know what she will share that we haven't heard yet. You know what I mean? I have no clue, y'all, what to expect from all that. Yes, Daisy, I have got. Okay, so I saw that somebody was streaming that earlier. I was trying to record it on my phone while it was happening so I could play it back later because I wasn't sure if anybody was streaming it, which I knew one person would if she could. And when I peeked in earlier, they were streaming it. But I really don't want to go there to have to review. So yes, I'm going to review it, and we will. I'm not going to go live tonight because I'll be watching that Turtle Boy live at 8 p.m. I don't know what the court schedule is like for tomorrow yet, guys, if they'll get a full day in, half a day. But I will probably be live tomorrow night because I have to stay caught up with some of these things. I've literally got 3 shows sitting here on go other than this trial that are also important, right? So, but yes, Daisy, I am going to be covering it because I think it's important, and I'm not going to miss that coverage at all. Yeah, I got y'all. We're trying to stay on top of all the things we are covering, especially the Koberger stuff, because I'm not happy about what I'm seeing out there. And I saw another piece this morning where Jesse Weber had the Gonzalez family back on his show, and Aubrey is there. Aubrey is the youngest of their children. She was just a little girl, you know, when all that happened, and her sister was murdered. Sisters, because they consider Maddie their sister as well. Autumn is now attending college in Texas. We've known about that for some time. I'm not Autumn, that's the other daughter, Aubrey, the youngest. But she's now speaking up and speaking out too and sharing her thoughts and opinions. And I promise you, she'll be attacked on social media later, but I promise you, I'm already watching and waiting on it because it's not going to, I'm just done with it, right? I met my limit a few days ago on YouTube. And I'm taking the shit back. They're not going to, algorithm ain't going to tell you what to do. The people ain't going to tell me what to do. And if people want to flock to trauma, drama, crama channels about each other, that's fine too. We'll expose the actual bullshit. Because I can't stand seeing these victims walked all over. I just cannot take it. It bothers me to no end. They don't want to get me all activated, but they trying. But I got to remember I am a level-headed person and I need to check myself when needed. And trust me, I sat in the backyard for 2 hours last night checking myself. What was my part in this? Did I overreact to something? And I wish everybody else could have the same thought process because it would help in the long run. Don't think I didn't go question myself, right? Because I did. I'm thinking, and I don't mean to yell at y'all when I'm talking. I just talk loud occasionally. So if I ever, because my daddy was deaf my entire life in one ear and still is, and we had to yell our whole lives. It was just what we did. So if I ever talk loud, I don't mean to do that. Y'all can let me know in the chat. Hey, ladies, slow down. You're yelling at us. I'm not that person. I can take it as long as you're like being legit about it and not like you know, being crazy. We're not doing the crazy. Mm-mm. Let's go see. I want to check out. I got a half a sandwich here because I didn't finish my lunch yet. But that's okay. I want to see what this lady's reporting looked like from the after seeing the nanny on the stand. Was it all? Well, let's see. I'm going to see how she described it. Lauren Matthias, you and your doctor husband getting a little crazy over there. And Lauren Matthias, quit trying to make everybody's tragedy. I don't know what to call it because she's beyond the tragedy pimp, the tragedy vulture. She relies on other people's tragedies to share those tragedy stories with her audience. I almost called them fans. I stopped myself. In her mind, they're all her fans. But anyway, Lauren's a little odd, and we know that going into it. So we're just going to review it because we're going to try to give it a fair review over here. How well did she do today? Is her reporting accurate? Was it a little over the top? Is she pulling at the nation's heartstrings? We'll see. Let's see what you got for us, ma'am. We need informed journalism because we're just little baby channels over here plugging along. Let's hear what she's got to say. Oh, I caught the tail end of Lawyer You Know yesterday because I have not checked in with anybody's coverage on Lindsay Clancy. Right? I just don't want it, don't need it right now. I'm a creator. I'm trying to do my own I don't want to be influenced. And I really don't need law to explain the law at this point, so I haven't looked in. But I was bored in the backyard yesterday, so I peeked in and caught a few minutes. And I like his discussions because they're just legal based, right? Anyway, I just caught a few minutes of that. If he, I don't know. I'm not saying go watch him, but that might be a place y'all want to check in from time to time if you're interested in stuff like that. All right, here we go. And I know that Defense Diaries is covering it, but I haven't watched a single bit of it.
Let me sit this down. I just realized I should have maybe let some people know I'm going live. Stick with me while I text somebody real quick. Hold on.
Who's she going to text? Her producer, Grayson, can you please send out the notification that I'm about to go live? I don't want to look like an idiot talking to myself like me this morning when I thought I was live. And I'm like, Forrest, can you hear me? Forrest, where did you go? I was like, Forrest. I was like, dang, I ran everybody off for real. I was concerned for a moment. And then I realized, girl, you ain't even live. I was like, damn, here I am streaming the trial and I wasn't even live talking to myself. Lauren, you ever have a day like that? No, she's got Grayson. She don't have days like that. All right. Did Grace send out the bat signal? You're live?
Okay. That was really sad. We just heard Nanny Elaine Rossi on the stand. I'm outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's day 7 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I'm in the courtroom. Oh, good. Okay, I see somebody here.
She's like, okay, I got a viewer. I did get a viewer. I'm in the courthouse, ladies. People, I'm in the courthouse. Why don't I got a viewer?
I realize that I haven't.
She got her nervous anxiety cough is back.
Done a live in a couple of days. Forgive me. It's been so busy. But today was it was very sad in there. And then I want to share something personal going on too. So everybody's up to date with what's happening. The nanny was actually, it was a prosecution witness, but it was clear that she loved Lindsay. She did use the word, I loved her, not current, but loved.
Lord, Lauren, we caught that. Simi, be safe out there, hun, on your little outing. Be safe. I'll see you later.
That she was a wonderful mother. That was a quote. She was a wonderful mother. You could tell that she loved the children very much. She explained each one's dynamic personality. Cora, a girly girl. Dawson, rambunctious. Got angry once and hit his little brother, Callan, and
She's okay to go talk about these children, their lives, their personalities, but when people go talk about her personality, she makes fake accounts and trolls their live streams. She may even expose you on Twitter in a tweet that you or her bothering her in a chat somewhere. Look, half the folks don't like what I say, but I'm not trying to find out their real name and their picture and their grandbabies and their family and their husband, their sister, their brother, and their doctors and put it all out on the internet. Lauren Matthias, that's Alex Zabel and JLR type shit you did, ma'am.
and Lindsay took him out and helped the children appropriately with some of their emotions, regulating their emotions. She cared about what they ate. I'm sorry.
Well, we know you have an anxiety cough. You told us that one time. I didn't forget. I was concerned about you and your health, your well-being, more than your husband.
Just the reporter with the cough. Always. And it gets worse when stressed.
Oh, it gets worse when you're stressed. See, I told you. It's her fucking nervous cough. She told me months ago how she had that nervous cough. I didn't forget. I don't forget the important details. What's she so nervous about? What's she got anxiety about? Are covering these trials too much for her? She already went live. Her and her friend Grayson talked about losing faith in Jesus because he allows all this carnage to happen. But she goes back for more each and every time. She better get that cough checked. It could be something more than anxiety. Just saying.
So just a second, sorry. They also had...
I'm not going to feel sorry for you, lady. You are choosing to be in that courtroom. I'm choosing to live stream the trial. It's not easy, but we ain't out here crying about we're doing it. I know going into this genre what I was getting myself into and what all I'd be covering, all the carnage. What is she, y'all? She's so intentional, aren't you, Lauren? You're not fooling me. This is all intentional. Feel sorry for me and my anxiety cough. And y'all tell me how great I am for being there for you in the courtroom. Right, Lauren? It's what it's all about.
They also had the DNA samples, explaining who the blood, that it was Lindsay's blood. Go over all of that.
Forrest.
As always.
She's secretly allergic to lying, Forrest. And every time she lies, she coughs. She's trying to trick us with her trickery. She's trying to misdiagnose herself to us. Did her husband tell her that cough was from anxiety? Did he prescribe a cough drop?
I will have a more updated version later today. I also plan to be on Criminally Obsessed later with Ann Emerson.
For real? Ew. That lady kind of freaks me out a tiny bit.
And we will perhaps do our live a little bit earlier today, so hit subscribe and hit notification.
Why are you going to do your live earlier? Do you know about a little live that might take place at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, Miss Ma'am? With your troll account? What the hell's that name of that account? Where I write it down at? Oh, Savage Daughter 2. At Savage Daughter 2. We are unsure if that was Grayson or Lauren this morning in Andy's chat. Running amok over there.
Notification so that you'll know when we decide to go live, because there is stuff going on. I do have...
She's like that Turtle Boy guy who drew those eyebrows on that time that looked like me. Oh my God. That unhinged bastard's going live tonight with that freaky girl who's after me. That's what Lauren's thinking in her head. She calls Christina a stalker. But I keep saying, even under Idaho law, I can't call Koberger a stalker. I ain't about to call that poor girl a stalker. She exposed you, made some TikToks. Fuck. Perez Hilton made a TikTok, Lauren. You wanting your hands on it so bad you can't stand it. Although you posted, I don't want to see the graphic photos, but I'll take all the information I can crowdsource in this thread. Should I go troll her channel to see if she done a story about her Perez Hilton yet? Because that shit was pathetic. And it scares me to death that no, there's young people on the internet scrolling the TikTok who saw every bit of that man's fucking madness. It was pure madness. That's what our kids are exposed to every day on the internet. Unhinged, unwell people. What that guy did on that live stream was horrific. I saw it. I can compartmentalize. I won't go to bed and have a nightmare tonight about it. I promise you that. But I saw it, Lauren. And it was bad. I feel sorry for any kid who was on TikTok and saw that shit. Shame on TikTok for not we can't even, there's stuff on here on the YouTubes we can't even do. We're automatically shut down. I have to watch my words. I can't use the big girl words up here. I'll get in trouble by the YouTube bots. But TikTok allows grown-ass men to go live and cut themselves to pieces on their platform for young people to see. I wonder how she'll exploit that later.
Have permission to share this.
I bet you her and her husband go do a whole ass episode on Perez Hilton's mental health. Failing to realize, no, they realize they're not even taking care of their own mental health. She uses mental health. Lauren Matthias uses mental health because that's her jams. My doctor's a psychologist. My husband's a psychologist. You know, of course we're going in deep to the psyche of the mind. He needs to travel down his wife's mind for a minute. I think he's afraid to, though. He knows. That doctor knows. Don't you, lizard tongue boy? He knows, y'all. He just don't know what to do about it. He's like, fuck, this she's the control freak. I bet Lauren's list are meticulous. She's always gone. She ain't got time to cut that food up herself, but by God, John better cut it up exactly how. Maybe she leaves it all to John after all. She's like, I don't even know what size to cut the fucking food. I ain't cut out for this shit. I got to have that career first. John, you want a baby? You're going to take care of him, right? Because I can't do it all. That's Lauren Matthias. I can't do it all. But she's going to sit here and tell society, oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Honey, mate, everybody ain't got a Dr. Yawn at the house to watch the baby while you trample off around the world. They just don't.
But, you know, the Hidden True Crime team is experiencing a bit of a tragedy, not a bit, a tragedy. So.
You think that was Trace? Oh, Trace on the case. Should I hold a show and say, Trace on the case in my thumbnail? My experimental thumbnail situation's not over. I got a good one. I do know how to make them. I do. I promise. I'm sure there's people out there like, she really don't know how to make these thumbnails. She's just saying all that. Oh, honey, I know how to make them. Okay, and I got a really good one. I got two really good ones, actually. I made them yesterday sitting out in the backyard thinking about some things. Was that you, Trace, on the case? You scared much? Is Trace going all in for Lauren? Damn. Okay, Trace. You're a little desperate for friends. That's all. I'm just asking questions.
I'll just tell you, I can share this. I'm allowed to share this. She said I could. Grayson, I saw that you're in chat. So.
Yes, Grayson's there, Lauren. She's not too far away. Are you kidding? Your sister wife ain't gone far. All right, what is she about to share that she's got permission to share? And lady, I'm not done with you in your Aspen Connor situation. Some people's onto some stuff, and I'm right there with them. We're clocking some shit, ma'am.
So, last night, so Grayson's brother,
What?
they're 2 years apart, and
Hold on. I've heard Grayson talk about her brother before. What are we about to do, Lauren? Others may have missed all that, but I heard that whole ass conversation between Grayson and your husband, Dr. John. I don't know where you were. If you was off in another room, in the bathroom, maybe reading a book to your child, I have no clue. But it was a conversation between your husband and Grayson, and boy, was it very interesting to me. Extremely interesting to me. Tell me more. What did Grayson say about her brother? Because I'm super fucking interested right now. I'm glad I played this.
she's always, I'll say this, everyone has their struggles, and her brother really relies on Grayson, and I've noticed this, reaches out to her, even though she is his little sister and he is the older brother. He reaches out to her whenever he needs help, and she is always willing to help him. And last night he called her looking for that help. He was on his way somewhere and all of a sudden realized that where he was going was 90 degrees, and he realized he couldn't leave their family dog Chesney in the car, and asked Grayson what he should do. I mean, just little things like that, just help me, little.
Are you going to tell them her brother is mentally handicapped? Are you going to tell them that? Or just, he relies on Grayson. He's the older brother, but he relies on Grayson for it. Are you going to explain more, ma'am? I'm waiting. Grayson, why are you exploiting your poor brother and your dog story? What the hell's wrong with these people?
Sister. And Grayson whipped out her credit card.
Oh, God.
And bought a daycare for the family dog where he was going.
Grayson whipped out the credit card. Oh, boy. This lady is about to give me a headache. No, I'm not going to let her get my headache. She ain't stealing my joy. I'm just here to evaluate her misinformation train.
And was taking care of it, and taking care of him, and taking care of their family dog, and doing what she always does.
What's this got to do with Lindsay Clancy, y'all, and the nanny? I thought she came to report that the nanny was on the witness stand and blah, 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 blah. But it turned into Grayson's in chat, and she helps her brother. The spin is burning. Y'all, we got web sleuths out there threatening to put out a statement against all those speaking ill about her. And she got something about coming with some receipts. And now you're out here telling everybody how awesome Grayson is. Oh, they need help, y'all, with their little campaign here. They know Turtle Boy could get explosive tonight, and they're running fucking scared, aren't ya?
And then we went to bed, and what was a dream at first, or I felt like it was alarm, I realized was my phone ringing in the barely, it felt like the middle of the night. It was
she's about to tell another lie for us. Here comes another lie. Y'all buckle up. Yeah. Hey, Aussie, welcome in. Are there already a bunch of people in that chat? It's too early to be in that chat, man. Your comments are going to be lost in time.
just before 5, and I looked in, it was her family member.
I hope that I hear things tonight I haven't heard already. And I hope we move the needle and peel back a few more layers and than what's on the surface. I'm ready for it to really be talked about. And as much as Lauren has tried to harm Christina for speaking out, let's not forget why Christina spoke out. Who was Lauren trashing behind their backs for years? Now, she trashed the girls that worked for her once she got into Delphi and hooked up with Grayson and made everybody mad, right? I understand that. That's obviously the story. It was put out that way. What I want to know is a whole lot more than what's already been put out there. And I want to know about her manipulation of the families that she's trashing, right? I expect women to act a certain type of way toward women. It happens every day on the internet. We see it all day, every day. Women just going at women, right? Like, stop it, y'all. But so that part I expect, right? I want to know more. I can't forget Lauren was doing damage to families behind the scene. And that's what the exposure was supposed to be about. But Lauren wanted to make it about Christina stalking me, right? Deflection. Don't look at what Christina was saying I said. Look at what she's doing to me. Lauren, we can see right through your bogus ass bullshit, ma'am. But I'm very interested to see if I get anything new tonight that I haven't gotten already. Because if I don't get anything new tonight, I might just dip out on this whole story and go back to covering my Idaho 4 tragedy bullshit.
Calling my phone, so I knew something was wrong. And I picked it up. And they said they needed to talk to my producer, Grayson. And I gave her the phone. And her brother just after,
Oh, Lord, here comes the fucking tears. Yeah, Aussie, we've already pointed all that out. I know. She's using Grayson. She's using Grayson's brother. She's not telling everybody Grayson's brother is mentally challenged a little bit. Grayson, I know that because Grayson told me herself. That whole conversation I did not miss between her and John a few months back. There's a particular case she wanted to talk to him about, and it's something about it made her think of her brother. And boy, I heard the whole story. But now we got Miss Tearful Eyes sharing Grayson's personal story with her brother like it's got something to do with Lindsay Clancy. Again, the manipulation to pull at America's heartstrings. I don't even need experts to tell me that's going on. It's been going on since the damn lady started her YouTube channel. I'm ready to peel back it's for clicks and views. She's got an ego. No, this lady is extremely damaged, y'all. Like some of the criminal defendants we look at with their narcissistic, psychotic behavior. You can't reason with a drunk, and you can't reason with a narcissistic personality. Lauren Matthias is a full-blown narcissist. By the legal definition, I'd say, John, would you agree? John, if you're being honest, John, you would agree with me, wouldn't you?
Shortly after they called, was in a car accident with their dog, and they were both killed. And she is not doing okay.
What happened? What?
Killed.
Oh God, wait, what?
With their dog. Was in a car accident with their dog after they called.
What did I miss? Hold on. Something bad happened to her brother? Oh God, I've got lost.
I gave her the phone, and her brother just shortly after they called was in a car accident with their dog, and they were both killed.
Oh God.
And she is not doing okay.
Oh my God. This is a little odd way to announce that with Grayson in chat. I'm at a break on the Lindsay Clancy trial. And now Grayson's brother and the dog have passed away. Fuck, I gotta go touch grass. This fucking bitch.
Well, I was with her, and I ended up taking her to the emergency room, and she was in a much better place, and we were working through this tragedy together, and we decided together that we were going to keep working because that's what we do.
Oh my God. Give that little girl that works for you a fucking break, you dumbass lady. And I'm about to come completely unhinged and be called all kinds of names on the interstate, on the whatever this is today. Wow. That little girl is already a basket case. I mean, it comes out in the damn interviews she does with you and your husband when y'all are just talking to her. That girl needs a lot of help. and she's fragile, and she's covering a damn case that's about to make her lose her shit. And now her brother and the dog just died, and y'all decided together just to keep working. Go be those shiny ass people on NBC morning shows where nothing phases us. We won't take the time to heal and allow ourselves to feel. We're going to muddle on through like good little soldiers. Your downfall's coming real fucking fast, ma'am. You're going to fuck around and find out when you fall flat out on your ass, and so is Grayson. This is fucking a tragedy. Oh my God.
That's what Hidden True Crime does.
So does her brother live in Massachusetts? Aren't Lauren and Grayson in Massachusetts covering this trial? But so does the brother also live in Massachusetts? The fuck? What a way to announce that Grayson's big brother. God bless your heart, sir, and please rest in peace, you and the dog. I hope your mind is free, sir, and you and the dog are just having a blast in heaven today. Your sister should really take some time off.
And by that I mean
the fact that this woman hasn't demanded that child takes, and I'm gonna call her a child at this moment, that young girl that's already a basket case in her head, you won't demand she take a minute off. No, I'm sure John will get y'all through this latest tragedy.
Lauren and Grayson, we cope with things through working. So we're working today, but we're also being gentle with everything, and if something changes, things will change. We'll let you.
Being gentle with everything. You should be gentle with your producer. You're demanding, oh man.
No, we're not going to work because we feel like we have to. Don't worry. We're taking things hour by hour, and whatever needs to happen, needs to happen. And I just wanted everyone to know that. Grayson is an incredible human being and woman, and she has been through a lot, more than people know.
Well, Lauren, I actually do know because I've heard the girl say it. Everything. Going back to her parents, her brother, there was a lot there. That's how I determined that girl needs a lot of help. Not because I see some bullshit on the internet here and yonder, a cute thumbnail or a title or a piece of a live stream tearing y'all down. I've listened to Grayson's own words privately without live streaming it. So I know what I'm talking about. I listened to it with my own ears, and I've been concerned about that girl for an extremely long time while the internet just tears it all to pieces. I know something's not right in that girl's head. It is painfully obvious to me. I hope that makes you feel good, Lauren. I hope you're listening. I doubt you are. You do not care. You are a narcissistic person, and you're using Grayson. You have from day one. She kissed your ass like nobody else. Christina wouldn't do it. The other girls that worked for you wouldn't do it. Not to the extent Grayson was willing to do it. And that's why you got Grayson.
And this last year has been really difficult too. And people love to say things online because she works for me.
Wow. We're about to come in hot and go after some people. Are we, Miss Ma'am? I'm here for it. We're going to get that serious? Let's do it, Lauren, because you're done. I'm not going to sit here and do a live stream and make fun of your fucking eyebrows. I really don't care about them. Like, I fucking don't, for real. I wish to God you didn't have any at some point.
About her, and they have no idea who she is and what she has accomplished and what she has been through and her strength. So I have a request for everyone. I think we all know a little bit about what happened to a well-known influencer last night too, Perez Hilton.
Is she about to ask everybody to be kind for mental health reasons, and she doesn't give a shit about Kay and Kresha's feelings. Victims. Victims. She could care less about their feelings. Only Jerry's. He's the only one that matters because he still talks to me. I'm glad she gets to decide what matters in life and what doesn't. It's all Lauren, this beautiful soul right here. She's got it all figured out. Gonna ask us all to be nice now.
That affected me. I learned about that before I went to bed. And
It affected her so much she was posting on Twitter. At what time was that in the middle of the fucking night, Lauren? I was on Twitter when you posted it.
I just am thinking about this world and the pain that people are in. And despite, I just hope that everyone can consider the importance of kindness in this world.
This is weird. That live's gonna happen tonight. All about Lauren Matthias. You can't help probably but sprinkle some of Grayson's bizarreness in there because she's along for the ride. And then Lauren announces today that this tragedy has happened in Grayson's life, which now is going to become a debate about we're all being extremely hateful to this woman suffering from a tragedy. That's how Lauren will spin that, especially if she thinks it got out of hand tonight. I don't know. I have no dog in the hunt, lady. I'm just here to watch everything go down. I don't like this at all. Sharing an experience is one thing. It's Grayson's to share. Lauren's going to use it now to get people to feel sorry for Grayson. Now, if anybody comes out and says a word sideways about Grayson, Lauren's going to then go live and say, we're hateful heifers because we went at this child, this young woman, while she's mourning her brother. Right, Lauren? Do you need me to come write your spin for you? Because I already know what you're going to do. You are very predictable to me. Very predictable person to me.
So, Grayson dropped me off at the courthouse today. I think she's out. I see the car. I'm gonna go ahead with her. And I'm glad it was a short day. We want to do an update. Let me be very clear. We're not going to do something we don't want to do. Working is something that we both find helpful during difficult times.
Huh. Well, Lauren, I'm glad you can work under such difficult times, but Grayson's brother just died. Send that young girl home. You literally came live at lunch or whatever your break was to tell us about the Lindsay Clancy nanny on the witness stand, and it quickly, because there was nothing there to report, right? That nanny did not speak ill of Lindsay Clancy, so there's nothing there to report. Instead, I'm going to tell y'all all about Grayson's story and how Grayson's brother just died with the dog. And y'all better be nice to Grayson now. That's really weird timing. So weird. Lauren, I almost have no words. I'm not even going to call her tragedy pimp. She ain't getting away with the surface level labels we want to slap at her any longer. There's nothing surface level about this witch. Nothing. Look into those eyes. Oh yeah, ma'am, I see it. I've seen it forever and a day. Waiting on everybody else to catch up to your narcissistic behavior. I could probably put you on the same pedestal as a Brian Koberger type without the knife in the hand. I could. Lori Vallow much? Letitia Stalk much? You're a narcissist by the definition.
So, but if things change, we'll let you know. And please consider the importance of kindness in this online world. So, anyway, Lindsay was in the courtroom crying, and that was really hard to see. You know, my heart is, I'm feeling a lot today, and seeing Lindsay cry. Well, they showed a video of her little Callan taking a bottle for the nanny. Really did break my heart.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You think the rest of us didn't feel that way, lady? I'm so sick of her. I'm the only one with emotions when we know you have none. I know you have none. It's fake, 1,000% fake. Everything that comes out of your mouth, eyeballs, skin, oozes out her pores is fake. There's not an ounce of realness in there. You've learned to play the game, and you've learned to play it well, like a true narcissist.
Hearing the nanny, Elaine, say that she was a wonderful mother and that she confided in her about having postpartum depression, it really broke my heart. There's just a lot of pain in this world, So I'm thinking of everybody out there. Yeah. Anyway, I will go.
Andy, you're good. There's something I do want to run by you, though, so I'll get up with you in a little while.
Be in touch. I always say it. I know I always say this, but stick with us. It means a lot to us, and we will have an update for you, and we thank you. And then
I can't with this lady. She'll do anything she can to get those people in her gyms to feel sorry for her and Grayson. It's never an accountability thing or I self-reflected about something. None of that. It's always everybody else is the mean people. Like Megan. Megan says that, right? If you say anything about us, that means you're an unhinged, unwell woman who you're unhealed. When it's obvious they're the ones unhealed, right? That's what I don't like in life. Right? Don't come at me like that when I know I've done all the work. What work have you done? Can you name one thing you proactively done to help yourself before you come over here giving me all your advice, right? What have you done? You feel better today? You good? You happy? Right? Lauren, my God, the level of bullshit. And to come out and start that story like that about how great Grayson anybody would have helped their sibling. I think most normal people would be like, sure, I'll help. Especially if your sibling is, I don't know the correct term without getting your head snapped off on the internet anymore. I know for a fact Grayson's brother was on the spectrum a little bit because Grayson herself said so, right? So I didn't know where Lauren was going with that story. Everybody's going to help their sibling, especially one that may have, some issues and need help. And then she tells us he died with the dog. I'm like, what the hell just happened on a lunch break live about a murder trial? Oh my God. Yeah, I know it's just weird timing, Andy. Weird timing. What you want to bet her ass will be sitting in Turtle Boy's chat tonight? Like, what is going on with that girl? Why won't these other two adults in her life, this well-respected doctor and this well-respected podcast host, responsible people, how come their chat's not calling them out for saying, hey, no matter what, you and John can produce your show without that child. Let her go home to her mom and dad, her actual mom and dad. Y'all don't be trying to adopt all the babies out in the world, Lauren and John. We don't need none of that. You're already trying to adopt Colby. Are you trying to adopt Grayson? She literally has a mom and dad who need her right now. And I bet she needs them. But y'all gonna keep her close to y'all. Have y'all cut her completely off from her family? The other day, she was mentioning not even going around her family much anymore. Have y'all succeeded in completely cutting that girl off from her family? You can control her in a way you could not control the other girls, Lauren. When you lost control of your girls, you had to find another one because control's the ultimate thing, right, Lauren? When there's chaos inside, I must control something. Wow. I don't know, Andy. How do you know? I mean, from what I recall, that's what I'm confused right now because Lauren's in Massachusetts covering this trial. I don't remember Grayson saying that's where her family was. I had to go back and find. I don't even remember where I was watching. It was on one of their past lives from a long time ago. There was this case that Grayson wanted John to look into, and it was about an autistic boy who murdered his dad over a video game, right? And it like hit home to her, she said, because that's her brother. It was describing her brother to her. I was like, wow. And then I listened to this whole conversation between John and Gray, and Lauren wasn't even there. I don't know where she was at. And it was wild, the things that Grayson was saying. And now I'm hearing this. Like, I'm not, because she said I took Grayson to the ER, and so he's in Michigan or Massachusetts. Like, I don't, I'm confused, Andy. I don't know. We couldn't put it past her to use. Would she go that far and lie about something like that? That's disgusting if she did do something like that, right? Hang on a second. Where did that girl say they lived? What is this? Hold on. Oh my God, is that her? What is this? Where's Fox 29 News located? What city? Hold on. Philadelphia? Is this even it? Hold on. There's a on Facebook, Fox 29 deadly crash. A driver and their dog were killed when police say a speeding car ran a red light and slammed into their. Hang on. I don't want to put this out if it's not the correct story. Friday morning. That's not it. This is Wednesday. This is what happened Tuesday. Okay. I was looking for news reports, Andy, but I'm not going to dive in too deep while I'm live. I don't know where to look. Hang on. She said Massachusetts. They're in Massachusetts. So does that mean that's where she's saying the brother's at too? All right, let me. I know. I just saw my text. Um, okay, there was a 69-year-old man, a 79-year-old man. Man and dog, that's from January 4th. January 5th. I see some crashes back in January concerning a man and a dog in Massachusetts. I don't know, y'all. That's oh my God. And Andy, I hope so. Good Lord, if she made something like that up, she deserves for all of us. She deserves the wrath of God to come down on her if she made something like that up. Lauren said she took Grayson over to the emergency room when this all happened. And then today, when they went to court, Grayson drops her off at the court and then goes and does something. But when Lauren was doing her live a little earlier, Grayson was back. Well, Grayson was in chat, and then Grayson was back at the courthouse to pick Lauren up. And they were about to go somewhere. So she said they did go. But what I'm trying to figure out is where her brother actually her family live. I could have sworn that girl said her family lived somewhere else though. So they got to be in close proximity to where the brother was at for Lauren to drive them over to the emergency room, right? And to know she's going to use that now. It's not enough to come out and defend yourself on your merits and your convictions, and we didn't do that, and we didn't do this, and here's what we meant, and whatever. No, she's going to come out here and double down and tell everybody how this tragedy just occurred. And if we say anything bad about Grayson, we're not nice people. My mama said, don't be mean like that, and I'm not going to be mean like that. Lauren's brother didn't just pass away. She's still fair game. I will leave Grayson alone because I know that girl's in need of some serious help. Good morning, Rachel. How are you? Are you feeling better, Rachel? I hope so. Goodness. Andy, you get that kind of tragic news, or you're not going to be sitting in the courthouse parking lot the next morning waiting on your boss, are you? Hell no. I'm going to tell my boss real quick, like, where to stick that job. I need a moment. You know, these women who could trick themselves, if I just get lost in my work, well, then you don't got to deal with your emotions, do you? When you just get yourself lost in your work, Lauren, you don't deal with your emotions. You're burying them to surface to the, bubble up later. That's how, ask John. That's how it works, Lauren. But never mind, your husband ain't a real doctor. He's fake, just like you. Two narcissistic people who think they are all that in a handbasket meet one day through a mutual friend. Oh my God, we could talk murder all night long. Match made in heaven. Gives me someone to talk about on my podcast. Like that one guy I was reviewing the other night in the Idaho 4 case, legit. His co-host got in a car wreck and couldn't come on. He's like, I'm not even sure if I can go live the next few days. I don't know how to do this without a co-host. I don't know what to talk about. I'm like, oh, okay. I enjoy having a person up here too from time to time, but I can talk to my chat. I got thoughts in my head. I don't need a co-host to come and give me a thought. But I'll kick it with you all day long and we'll bounce off each other because that's amazing and fun. I love it when I can do that with Andy. You totally missed whatever happened. I'll show it again for those who missed it because I'm not sure I've processed that all the way. For real. And I didn't even know this had happened. I saw her pop off with this little live earlier and I saved it to today's playlist for us to review after the trial just to see. Is she putting out factual, accurate information? Is she pulling at Americans' heartstrings, as we know she will? And lo and behold, it turned into a announcement about poor Grayson's brother's demise and the dog, Chesney. Is he named after Kenny Chesney? Because that's my boy. His new song is fire, by the way. Burn my boat. Anyway. Again, this is Lauren Matthias today at the break at trial. She comes out to let everybody know that Lindsay's nanny took the stand, which we all saw that because we were watching it here. The nanny was not damaging at all to the case. Helps the defense, and some of us felt like it helped the defense far more than the prosecutor. So Lauren knew there wasn't a lot there to report on, right? No heart. She's going to tell you about it briefly, and then she's going to move into the tragedy that occurred in Grayson's family. And I'll mute while she's telling all of it because I don't want to interrupt it for those who are just coming in. Again, Lauren Matthias here giving us a lunch or a break today on the update in the case. I was just clocking it to see if I got accuracy in it, because some of us are really clocking that right now with her in Delphi, right? So, like, I didn't review today to see if her eyebrows were pretty. I certainly did not, because I don't care. I tuned in to see how her reporting was and found this instead. So I'm going to mute out while this plays.
Let me sit this down. I just realized I should have maybe let some people know I'm going live. Stick with me while I text somebody real quick. Hold on. Okay. That was really sad. We just heard Nanny Elaine Rossi on the stand. I'm outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's day 7 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I am in the courtroom. Oh, good. Okay, I see somebody here. I realize that I haven't done a live in a couple of days. Forgive me. It's been so busy. But today was it was very sad in there. And then I want to share something personal going on too. So everybody's up to date with what's happening. The nanny was actually, it was a prosecution witness, but it was clear that she loved Lindsay. She did use the word, I loved her, not current, but loved, that she was a wonderful mother. That was a quote. She was a wonderful mother. You could tell that she loved the children very much. She explained each one's dynamic personality. Cora, a girly girl. Dawson, rambunctious. Got angry once and hit his little brother, Callan, and Lindsay took him out and helped the children appropriately with some of their emotions, regulating their emotions. She cared about what they ate. I'm sorry. I'm just the reporter with the cough. Always. And it gets worse when stressed. So just a second, sorry. They also had the DNA samples, explaining that it was Lindsay's blood. Go over all of that. As always, I will have a more updated version later today. I also plan to be on Criminally Obsessed later with Ann Emerson. And we will perhaps do our live a little bit earlier today. So hit subscribe and hit notification so that you'll know when we decide to go live, because there is stuff going on. I do have permission to share this. But, the Hidden True Crime team is experiencing a bit of a tragedy, a tragedy. So I'll just tell you, I can share this. I'm allowed to share this. She said I could. Grayson, I saw that you're in chat. So, last night, so Grayson's brother, they're 2 years apart. And she's always, I'll say this, everyone has their struggles, and her brother really, really relies on Grayson. And I've noticed this, reaches out to her, even though she is his little sister. and he is the older brother. He reaches out to her whenever he needs help, and she is always willing to help him. And last night he called her looking for that help. He was on his way somewhere and all of a sudden realized that where he was going was 90 degrees. And he realized he couldn't leave their family dog, Chesney, in the car, and asked Grayson what he should do. I mean, just little things like that, you know, just help me, little sister. And Grayson whipped out her credit card and bought a daycare for the family dog where he was going, and was taking care of it and taking care of him and taking care of their family dog and doing what she always does. And then we went to bed, and what was a dream at first, or I felt like it was an alarm, I realized was my phone ringing in the barely, it felt like the middle of the night. It was just before 5, and I looked in, it was her family member calling my phone, so I knew something was wrong. And I picked it up, and they said they needed to talk to my producer, Grayson. And I gave her the phone, and her brother, just shortly after they called, was in a car accident with their dog, and they were both killed. And she is not doing okay. Well, I was with her, and I ended up taking her to the emergency room, and she was in a much better place, and we were working through this together, this tragedy together, and we decided together that we were going to keep working, because that's what we do. That's what Hidden True Crime does. And by that I mean Lauren and Grayson, we cope with things through working. So we're working today, but we're also being gentle with everything, and if something changes, things will change. We'll let you know. We're not going to work because we feel like we have to. Don't worry. We're taking things hour by hour, and whatever needs to happen, needs to happen. And I just wanted everyone to know that. Grayson is an incredible human being and woman, and she has been through a lot, more than people know. And this last year has been really difficult too, and people love to say things online because she works for me about her, and they have no idea who she is and what she has accomplished and what she has been through and her strength. So I have a request for everyone. I think we all know a little bit about what happened to a well-known influencer last night too, Perez Hilton, that affected me. I learned about that before I went to bed, and I just am thinking about this.
Everything affects her. She thinks she's walking through life, the human empathy sponge like Megan, where everything only affects them. She starts off Grayson's tragedy with how much her brother depends on her and calls her. And of course, she's willing to help, as most siblings would, Lauren. She's not special. I've got 6 of those beneath me. Trust me, one calls, I'm on my way. I don't think does she not realize that's how the normal people operate? Y'all, so she announces then later that, the poor brother has passed away. And I'm not going to sit here and say, applaud that in any aspect. God, hell no. The Lord will strike me dead today. We don't play that game around here, Lauren Matthias. But you're absolutely using that poor girl's tragedy that happened to just happen, because you know tonight could be incredibly explosive to you. You're going to use Grayson now. Y'all don't come at that poor young girl. She's been through a lot because of me. That's what Lauren's not telling everybody. I think she was fine when she was running around over there as Annie Elisa's little podcast producer. Then she hooked up with this narcissistic lady in Delphi and decided, I need to play a game of ass kiss. And Lauren's like, I'm here for it, girl, because these other girls won't. They don't seem to like me as much as you. What this lady is beyond any of the surface levels slapped on that forehead of hers. I guarantee y'all, she's much more than that. Far more than that. Aren't you, Lauren Matthias? There's not even I'm not even going to give her the cute little tragedy vulture award today. We're not doing that. I'm so sick of those frivolous high school terms. Tragedy vulture, tragedy pimp, clicks and views, money. No, y'all. For Lauren, it goes much deeper than that. She wants the click and the view, duh. Everybody on the YouTube probably wants that click and that view. How you get it is what matters, right? In my opinion, how you get it is what matters the most. No, losing a relative doesn't exempt you from accountability, but Lauren didn't lose a relative. Grayson did. And together they have decided Grayson will stay with her and John and bury her feelings and dive headfirst into work and cover a case where a woman murdered her children, instead of sending her home to her actual mother and father, who probably need her right now, if they even talk anymore. Grayson did say on that Patreon live that she wasn't even going home much anymore. She wasn't talking to her family much anymore. She couldn't trust anybody. Friends were offering to sign NDAs so she would feel more comfortable talking to them. So she's got major trust issues, and she can only trust Dr. John and his wife, Lauren Matthias. She can't even trust her own family anymore because she got tied up in a mess with a drama queen. That's what, I mean, legit. I can't go home, be with my family, have any real friends, because I allowed myself to get all up in the middle of Lauren Matthias's drama. Nothing more than her drama. Wow. Yes, we've announced it, and I don't watch Turtle Boy on the regular, but I'll be watching tonight because I can get past the host because I want to hear the interview. I'll be taking my own advice tonight when I watch the show, and I'm really hoping I hear more than I've heard the past few months. And if I don't hear more tonight than I've heard in the past few months, I'm checking out of the story. And I will leave it to everyone else, and I will focus on those tragedy vultures in the Idaho 4 case because they're really fucking annoying me. I will check out on this whole situation if I feel like tonight turns into a gossip show. I want to see action. I want to see something. Maybe, I don't know if Turtle Boy is going to get the attention of the big mainstream media that needs to take a look, because Turtle Boy may be a little damaged in some people's eyes. I don't know. I don't watch the guy. I just know there's a lot of going on with that guy. So I'll leave it at that. But let me grab this link. I know that a lot of y'all probably have it if you watch him. I don't know who does and who doesn't. We don't ever have that topic. That's never a conversation around here. Because we just, oh, I got to pull the chat up. My little dog in there barking. My grandson playing. That little dog has the cutest bark. It makes me laugh. Okay, I had muted out for a second because my grandson was right here by the door and it was pretty loud. Him and the puppy are playing. All right, there's Turtle Boy's link for tonight. You never heard of Andy's people. Well, I don't know where you've been, Doug. I don't know whose chat you normally go to, but apparently not a lot of them's that we all know about. Laura Matthias is nothing new. Where you been, guy? Everybody's been covering Lauren's BS. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people. There's a lot there to unpack with her. She's a very narcissistic woman giving out misinformation by the handfuls, um, doxing people that don't agree with her, random people in her chats, random commenters. I don't like you. You came at me sideways. Let me go post your picture and your name on X and then delete it. That's Lauren Matthias, today's award winning, in her mind, journalist. Um, narcissistic behavior. That's all that woman is. And there's nothing more to see than that. Welcome in, Nama Owens. Well, America gives people time off when their loved ones die. People should be okay with taking time off when a loved one dies. We're kidding America when we say you don't need time off to mourn. How dare you? Pull up your big girl pants today and get on with life. You need to take that moment to mourn because it's going to bite you back in the ass 10 years from now. It's coming. And Lauren's got a hard fall coming her way in a few. It's going to happen, y'all. There's no way around it. And they're setting Grayson up for a lifetime of struggles. It's already obvious to me she had some struggles going into her relationship with Lauren, and they got worse because of her relationship with Lauren. John has helped that along as well. They've took her in and nurtured her. He gets to adopt a daughter, so now he can help her and help them understand how they feel about their losing Jesus and finding Jesus again and all the things. You know what I mean? Um, Aussie, I'm not going at Aiden Kearney. I don't even want to have that conversation. I'm not going at Aiden Kearney. I know everything out there about that man, from the beginning of Karen Reed 1.0 to what he said about, Kresha. Does he know Kresha? Has he talked to Kresha since then? I never see him in Kresha's chats, by the way. I don't think I ever saw him there one time. We've all got a lot of mad respect for Kresha. And we all watched the 9-hour live. I didn't watch Turtle Boy's coverage of Lauren Matthias. I didn't. I wasn't going to learn anything from it that I didn't already know. But I appreciate him doing all that for everybody. I got no problem with any of it. I just personally never watched the guy, and you can't miss the mess. And I don't know nothing about the mess. I don't get into it. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get it, Aussie. I'm just saying, I was just being honest about how I feel. I don't watch him. There's a lot going on there, and I don't know, where this will go tonight and if it even matters at this point. We'll see. We'll see. But hats off to him for getting her on there and putting the information out there. Maybe some people who have not listened before will tune in and actually listen. Maybe mainstream media personalities sitting at home tonight who also have big YouTube channels because they like to play both sides of the field. I want to be on my shiny, legit news program, but I also want a piece of that YouTube pie. Those people, are y'all watching? I know who y'all are. All y'all with mainstream media presence and YouTube accounts. I know who you are. And I'm waiting to see if one of them picks up the story. Are y'all? Because this little bit of reach on YouTube, who we reaching? Are we reaching the hidden gems? Maybe we can reach new people, though, that come to YouTube and are seeking out new information, right? For the first time. We don't want them to land in the wrong spots, do we? We need to fix the algorithm. Y'all make sure you're hitting the thumbs up to get the content into the algorithm. Not me, not the show, the content. And I'm going to ask you to do the same when I hold shows on Idaho 4. And if you care about victims, without just saying you care about a victim, you'll show up for those shows. The same way you show up for those other tragedy, vulture, trauma stuff shows, for those who do. Because it's getting out of hand out there. It's getting completely out of hand. Okay, sorry, my grandson was asking me a question. He doesn't care for the lemonade his Nana sent home, even though it's the same brand. It's Country Time. He said it's not good in the pouch versus the jug. I'm not sure if he's accurate. I may go taste test one in a little while. I like me the Country Time lemonade. I like it in my tea. Okay, can I put some lemonade in my tea today? My son's like, you're gross. Lots to unpack, Andy. Lots. And I think that gets missed when talking about Lauren, because it's easy to go in on her attitude, the surface stuff, but to peel back what's really happening there and to understand it and to have that in-depth conversation about it is so needed right now, and it's not happening. Not to the extent I think it should be, where the focus needed to be a long time ago. That's just my take on it. And I want to try to bring that to the forefront, especially with my next discussion. I have a show planned to do on Lauren Matthias and Aspen Connor. My cute little thumbnail's all ready to go. I'm a little proud of that little thing. We'll see if my experiment works. Oh yeah, there's a lot to unpack with Idaho 4 across the board, Andy. Across the board. And people are acting like it's just, Koberger with his little tiny pencil making a noise. Not so fast. Maybe so, but it's caused the pro-burgers to come alive and annihilate a family online. And I thought we all stood against that. Not just Lauren doing it to people, but all creators doing it to people, I thought was the goal. So I'll just remind everybody of that, with that show as well. But I got to address the misinformation train that I'm seeing. And I got a couple people in mind, Delphi people, very knowledgeable Delphi people, I'm hoping to line up so that we can go over some of Lauren's receipts. And thank you, Christina, for your dedicated work to that aspect of this, because you got some people from Delphi looking at stuff, because we actually know facts versus fiction. We don't appreciate people riding into town on a song and putting out fiction in a very important case where Indiana was doing everything in the dark. We didn't like that. We didn't approve of it. We didn't think it was they were not coming correct, ma'am. Lauren ran to Delphi for one reason, y'all. It was the hottest ticket in town. Nothing else was happening. She had to go, and she framed it. I'm going to go because there's no transparency. This is not being done in light, and I want to go make sure that it is accurate and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I knew from the get-go that lady was going for one reason only, for her story. She wasn't going to make sure truth was going to happen. She wasn't going to hear it with her own ears. She just wanted to report on all of it, right? And then she come out and promoted Aspen Connor as a very reliable source. Man, I've reviewed his work in Delphi now, and it's so unreliable, it's not even funny. But that's who she puts out there as a reliable source, right? Now, Aspen's also made heavy claims about the Idaho 4 case. And I'm like, for a tiny channel, according to Lauren, this guy sure got a lot of insider information about Delphi, Idaho 4, and Flora 4. For a guy with a side channel, way Lauren described it. Yeah, there's a lot there, Lauren, and I'm going to take a hard look at it. Don't worry. We're going to do it. And we're going to do it in a methodical way. We're going to show we're not just here to point out our goofy eyebrows today. All right, guys, I got research to do. I got to go listen to that hearing that happened in the Idaho 4 case today about unsealing documents, EWU lawsuit against City of Moscow. Hearing was held this morning. I've got to go review that. I just have to. So I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go review that. And I got a couple of things I still got to finish working on for my next show. That will probably be tomorrow night, by the way. I'm not going to do it tonight because we'll be over there watching the Turtle Boy Christina interview. And then we'll be back up tomorrow. We'll be doing Lindsay Clancy trial again. But tomorrow night, I want to go live with episode 1 of my new series. Y'all hit the thumbs up. Okay, y'all come back for all that, please. Y'all, whether you bring your popcorn or your notebooks, it don't matter to me. Long as we come in, hit the thumbs up and share. Get that information into the universe, right? Onto the twits, so the twits can see what kind of person Lauren really is. We don't like misinformation trains. Idaho, you're up next. Y'all get ready. Y'all go have a good one. Go touch the grass. And tomorrow when I go live, I will try to remember to hit the go live button. Y'all, thanks for being here. I'll see y'all later. Y'all be safe on them YouTube streets and run feral when you need to.
Thank you all for watching.